Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hopefully, you can hear me well. Please let me know if it doesn't work properly. Um, I have a huge headache tonight, but it's okay. We'll soldier on. We are going to talk about the Sotheby's important watches auctions, the one in Geneva and the one in Hong Kong before that. There are apparently two very important watches made by none other than Roger Smith going up for auction, going up to the block on November 5th in Geneva. So we are first going to read about them, read about those two watches, which also have an important connection, of course, to Roger Smith's mentor, George Daniels. And we'll go from there. Now, here's the write-up once again on Robb Report, and this time by Demetrius Sims. Two rare watches by revered horologist George Daniels are heading to auction. The sharp timepieces made by Daniels' disciple, Roger W. Smith, will be offered at Sotheby's in November. And these are the two watches that I had in my thumbnail, as you have probably already seen. There's an absolute classic with the George Daniels anniversary piece, which is both unique and almost immediately recognizable, with that pointer date at 7 o'clock and the small seconds at 4, and the power reserve indicator, of course, at 12 as well. Of course, variations on a theme in terms of the variety of engine turned decorations by hand. And that's not surprising at all, of course, since George Daniels literally wrote the book on the art of Breguet. And then there's also a Millennium model, as you can see in white gold here, with the center sweep seconds and the pointer dates at 6 o'clock. And both are, of course, distinguished with this slightly off-center dial layout that gives you a background that forms almost like a crescent, even though it is still a circle, as you can see. The numerals are Roman, laid out on a classic Breguet frosted track, distinguished perhaps by that circular grain brushing. And the accents are perfect as well, with the yellow gold cohering with the case material in the anniversary and the heat blued stainless steel hands really popping off the tone-on-tone theme of the Millennium. And you'll quickly notice that the Millennium is actually double branded, as it were, double signed or co-signed by both R.W. Smith and Daniels, and we will quickly read about that momentarily. Two horological masterpieces are heading to auction next month. And both of them were made by the same talented watchmaker. And again, both of them are, of course, branded primarily George Daniels, but again, both of them are made by Roger W. Smith. Sotheby's announced this week that it will offer two significant pieces made by Roger W. Smith, a student of the late watchmaking master George Daniels, during part one of its annual Important Watches sale on November 5th. That's the one in Geneva. Smith made the first one, a white gold edition from Daniels's coveted Millennium series, while it was still working for Daniels in 2001. Smith later came back to work with Daniels to produce the yellow gold coaxial anniversary watch and completed it in 2012, a year after Daniels's passing. Daniels, widely considered the most accomplished and influential horologist of the past 250 years, an interesting choice of time period there, took Smith under his wing as an apprentice. He tasked Smith with helping to produce the Millennium series, a celebration of Daniels's now legendary coaxial escapement, an innovation that led to more accurate mechanical timekeeping. There's lots to be talked about, actually, when it comes to the coaxial escapement, both in terms of a narrative of Daniels's innovation and his efforts to then disseminate it, because he was in conversations apparently for years with Patek Philippe to actually sell his invention to them. And for one reason or another, Patek decided against it. And as you probably know, Omega ended up investing in it. And I believe it's been one of the wisest horological decisions, and probably also business decisions, that they had made in recent time. If James Bond, in the form of the Seamaster, saved Omega, if not the world, the coaxial escapement certainly, in terms of the movement revolution that it's at the very least branded for Omega, has been quite vital in terms of Omega remaining competitive with brands of a similar caliber for the longest time. That might not last for much longer, considering how the Swatch Group seems intent of destroying any heritage that it happens to hold at present time. But still, that is what happened. I hope I should probably work on a video to talk about the coaxial escapement, both from a historical and technical point of view, so stay tuned on that. The final model of the Millennium series became Smith's own watch, Smith's personal watch, for close to a decade. So the one that you are looking at right now was close to a decade Roger Smith's personal watch. And it also happens to be the first watch to have his name on the dial, on the plaque here by 12 o'clock. Of course, George Daniels and London branding is still there in the lower part of the dial as well. And apparently, after wearing it close to a decade, this last watch of Daniels's Millennium series and the first watch that bore Smith's name on the dial was sold to a collector in 2008. Hello, humanity. Neo. Love you, man. Very nice to see you. By the way, remember, this is going to be one of those charity marathons. I'm going to take tomorrow off, come back again with a, with an around 6-hour live stream tomorrow again. But I'm going to soldier on today, probably go until 1 p.m. Again, all proceeds of all super chats, all super stickers, all super thanks, etc. Everything that you give on a live stream through YouTube will go as a donation to UNICEF, designated for children affected by recent natural disasters in Morocco and Libya, just as we did for Syria and Turkey. And again, because I took off a lot of September, I usually do a giveaway connected to these charity efforts. And I usually take the first and last super chat of the day and give those a number in the raffles. But because I want to make up for lost time, I'm actually going to give a unique number for every single donation, every single super chat and super sticker today. I did that yesterday as well. And you can certainly check the community tab of our channel to see how things are going, who has which number, and what kind of chances that they have accumulated over time. Every single super chat is a unique number, and the person who is chosen by the random number generator with Google, probably on a live stream on Friday, I'll announce that, of course, in advance as well, will win my last Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers piece to give away. That will be one with the blue dial. Neo, thank you so much. Opens the day with this very generous super chat, $19.99 US. I'm sorry I can't be here all the time. Keep up the great work. It's nice to have you even once every so often, Neo. It's great to have you there in the chat. It was great to have you on the panel when you could. So it's all good. Neo, I will still add your number to the raffle. If you get chosen, you're free to, of course, give up your place to the next person, or decide to pass it on as you wish, right? If you decide to say, okay, I would rather give it to this person, or I would rather give it to the next number chosen, it's all good. St. Peter, you stay classy, YB. Thank you, man. I do try, because I'm about to go gangsta on some people in the context of these recent developments. But I'm going to hold off. $2. Thank you so much, St. Peter. Okay, perfect. Perfect, Neo. If your number gets chosen and you are number 25 now, we can just pass it on to the next person. So it's always good to have alternates anyways. What I do usually is to announce it right there, draw it with the number generator on the live stream. So announce it right then and there. If the person in the audience already claims it, all good. If no one claims it, I'll draw an alternate as well, just in case, and we'll go from there. So if you get chosen, you can already deny it if you are in the chat, if you happen to be in the chat. If not, we will just draw an alternate. So we were talking about the two George Daniels branded Roger Smith made watches that are going to come up on auction in November, on November 5th in Geneva at Sotheby's. And one of them is actually historically important, so to speak, the Millennium piece from the George Daniels Millennium series, the very last one to be produced in that series, the first watch to carry Roger Smith's name on the dial, and also Roger Smith's personal watch for about a decade before he sold it to a collector in 2008, and it's coming up for auction quite soon. As you guys know, not too long ago, and I had the pleasure to take a look at this watch. I had the pleasure to be in its presence, as it were. Very recently, number 2 pocket watch by Roger Smith, which actually happens to be the watch that secured his connection to George Daniels. The story goes, when he approached George Daniels, he had made a watch according to the methods described by Dr. Daniels in his book Watchmaking. And the master turned that watch down because it appeared to him, and I quote, to be too handmade. So number assembled and was lost to the ages, and number 2 that's sold quite recently by Philips this last spring, happens to be the first watch, the first complete watch and it sold for almost $5 million, $4,900,000 in New York on June 10th. I should have said summer. Sorry, for whatever reason I said spring. It was really, really an incredible piece. I mean, pocket watches, as you probably know, have a very unique presence, but this is also kind of oversized as well. A perpetual calendar, 66.5 millimeters in diameter and 21.5 millimeters thick. It's really a thing of substance, and it's a pure representation of the Daniels system, of course, again, because it was made according to the principles laid out by Dr. Daniels in his book and made by Roger Smith. And if that's the first watch that put them into connection, into a long-standing collaboration, these two watches, the Millennium and Anniversary, represent the other bookend to that collaboration. Neo says, I own a Roger Smith watch, a Rolex Explorer. Yeah, Roger Smith has some cool pieces. He also has, He also has a datograph in platinum, a Lange datograph, which happens to be the weapon of choice for many an independent watchmaker. As you guys know, the pink gold version of that is known as the Dufourograph because it is Philippe Dufour's choice. But of course, both of these guys wear a number of different watches and actually do prefer wearing a lot of Rolex sports pieces in the tool watch genre quite often. As you guys know, Dufour himself was seen at Basel World wearing a Rolex GMT Master 2 for a number of occasions. So we're talking about the Roger Smith Millennium watch. Smith asked Daniels to include his name on the dial, so he got the permission, making this watch not only double-signed, but also the first wristwatch to bear the Roger Smith brand name. He was also authorized to have his full name on the case back, along with the last 2 digits of the year of completion, which is 01. 60 watches were made for the Millennium series, excluding one prototype that became Daniels's own go-to piece. 53 of them were made in yellow gold and only 7 in white gold. So this makes the piece that you're looking at right now inertly rare already, beyond the fact that it was for about a year gracing Roger Smith's own wrist, including 7, including this model, which has a pre-auction estimate to sell in excess of $1 million. This lot is going to be sold alongside of this George Daniels anniversary piece, which was finished in 2012, Daniels's first coaxial anniversary watch. Daniels commissioned Smith to work on the series in 2010, to work on the anniversary series in 2010. The result was the first and only time Daniels signed a watch he didn't create himself. It included a single-wheel version of Daniels's original double-wheeled coaxial escapement, which Smith developed just before taking on the commission, plus a new British movement made just for the series. The coaxial anniversary watch as a series was slated to have 47 pieces altogether. It spans 35 yellow gold editions, including the first made that could sell in excess of 546,000, plus 4 white gold models and another 4 in red gold. So far there have been 43 made, and apparently Smith is still making the final 4 on behalf of Daniels, who unfortunately has passed away in October of 2011, more than a decade ago now. So you have the last, between the two of these watches, the last of the Millennium series, the first of the coaxial anniversary series. A lot of firsts, a lot of lasts, a lot of memorable milestones. And Roger Smith says about these two watches, they hold so many memories and represent so much of my early career and my relationship with George Daniels, the mentor who was and continues to be such an inspiration to me, says Smith in a statement. They are the perfect bookending to my story with George. I think if someone makes a movie about watchmaking and the scene of independent makers in our time, it has to involve somehow this implicit struggle over George Daniels's legacy. There's so much material to be worked on there. How Francois Paul Jean claims to be his best student in a way, even though he attended the classes remotely, apparently. And he continues to say that in private, George Daniels passed him the baton. Of course, Smith enjoyed a very fruitful relationship, apprenticeship, as it were, with George Daniels. And they broke off at a certain point, but the prodigal son came back towards the end to help his master produce this anniversary series and present to the world his new invention, or rather his invention, his path-breaking invention, the coaxial escapement. The material is there. The story can write itself. I think I can play I'm vain, so I can't do the mock fake British humility stuff. So Roger Smith has to be cast for some other actor, but I will do a young Jean and fight over the remains with Roger Smith. But that seems to be a great story. Smith says about these watches, they are the perfect book ending to my story with George. So they are going to be up on the block for Important Watches, Part 1, on November 5th in Geneva by Sotheby's. And here are some other watches which we can look at. Let's see, we can use the website's own conversion. This beautiful Cornino underline, mid-60s gilt Submariner. Cornino because of the shape, beak-like shape of the crown guards. Underline because the two-liner writing actually is finished by an underline under Submariner. This is 5513. As you guys know, I'm wearing a later example of it with the matte dial, meters first. One of the most essential horological designs from the mid-century, the Submariner in its purest form, no dates, 2 lines of writing, fitted on a riveted oyster bracelet. And listed here as part of Important Watches in Geneva by Sotheby's Geneva, with an estimated value between 11,000 to an amount in excess of 22,000 in US dollars. Do I happen to know how his watches were priced at 2000s? No, actually, Neo. I have no idea how much a George Daniels watch originally sold for. That's a very good question. Interesting. That's a very, very good question. Because nowadays they sell for about, in excess of $500,000 in pounds, to wit. So that's something I would like to hunt for. I will ask a few people who might know. Hey, um, I mean, look, let's be honest. Around year 2000, unless you were one of these big time watch collectors, and watch collecting, as you know, in those years was not really cool or mainstream. I think it was probably less cool than collecting stamps and coins, and only relatively cooler than autistically watching trains pass by wearing anoraks in train stations. So I wouldn't beat myself up about something like that. But honestly, yes, I think at that time, you either had to be a billionaire or crazy watch collector who gets these bespoke pocket watches and sometimes wristwatches made by seemingly obscure uh, British, French, and Swiss makers, or just luck out in an immense way. I don't think buying watches from independents was a thing that registered on the radar of most watch collectors around year 2000. So to be fair, that's a very, very tough, very tall order, I need to say. Among the lots is also another auction classic, perennial favorite, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with the Paul Newman exotic dial in the Panda configuration with the Art Deco style numerals, the square and markers in the chronograph registers from around year 1968. Bakelite acrylic bezel inserts, pump pushers, for reference 6241, presented here on an oyster bracelet with riveted links. With also a presentation box, as well as an old school Rolex service sleeve, or maybe not Rolex, but certainly in that genre, in that appearance, because I can see kind of branding here that's mostly wiped off, perhaps Luigi something. In either case, looks like it's a decent enough example. Certainly not the sharpest case that anyone has seen, which is always a disappointment, but the dial itself seems nice enough. We're, of course, bumping onto a classic problem here, unless you have the eagle eyes of Jose Perez, of Periscope fame. It always involves some sort of guesswork and some patching together of loose information and sometimes even doctored photos. So as always, I recommend in-person viewing and inspection of watches. If you can, if you at least know someone who will be in Geneva in advance of the auction or at the time of the auction, there's no substitute to actually inspecting these pieces in person. So I do want to always present that as a caveat. The estimated value of this piece is between 132,000 in US dollars to an amount that almost equals 200,000 in US dollars. Thomas Burnett, I missed you, man. Where have you been? £9.99 sterling. Thank you. Respect to you for doing the charity streams. Happy to donate to a good cause. Thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. I made a promise, and you guys know, I have been here with my own channel for a little longer than a year. I have been monetized now in November, I will basically celebrate a whole year of monetization. And by the end of this campaign, I will have given 2 months of it to charity. And I think that's a good ratio. That's a good ratio. And I hope the channel will continue to survive and even thrive, so I can also continue on this practice of donating some of what I earn, because to me that gives just as much fulfillment as having the joy to share the knowledge with you. There's also an A. Lange & Söhne Tourbillon pour le mérite. This was part of the quartet that brought back A. Lange & Söhne as a brand. This was one of the 4 pieces presented in 1994 with a celebration that involved of course, Günther Blümlein and none other than Walter Lange himself. And if the gear trains of the movements for 3 of the watches, for the Lange one, for the Saxonia, and for the Arcade, were borrowed from Gégé Lecoutre movements, the Tourbillon pour le mérite was actually designed for Lange at Renaud et Papy. As you guys know, that is the high complications workshop that is nowadays integrated into Audemars Piguet properly, with Gillo Papy actually being the head of, I think technical director is I believe his title in AP. But of course, Renaud and Papy over the years made many movements for IWC, for Richard Mille, and of course for Audemars Piguet and others. And of course, it also, in a way, was a hotbed of a lot of independent watchmakers. A lot of the independent watchmakers actually passed through Renaud et Papy. The Groeneveld brothers were at some point part of the collective. Andreas Strehler was part of Renaud et Papy at a certain point. Both Gröbel and Forcé were also watchmakers at Renaud et Papy. So this particular timepiece, the Tourbillon pour le Mérite, that was made by Lange und Söhne, in that way has a pretty illustrious connection to a hotbed of, or rather the germinations of a lot of independent watchmaking in the 90s. I believe A Collected Man has a piece on precisely this phenomenon, on how Renaud et Papy was sort of like a finishing school for some of the most impressive independent watchmakers of a later time period. So if you would like to chase that down, I'm sure that will be a pretty good read as well. This piece apparently comes with a presentation box. It's rendered in a 38.5 millimeter yellow gold case. Beautifully finished movement, of course, with the tourbillon being its centerpiece, proudly displayed through a cutout and a finely hand-finished, set in place by a finely hand-finished bridge at 6 o'clock. A silvered opaline dial, and by now classic alpha style hands for the hour, minutes, as well as the power reserve indicator and the seconds hand for this stunning piece. Here's a peek from the behind with the freehand engraved balance cock. And of course, that peculiar alloy of nickel, copper, and zinc has taken on quite a lot of patina over the years, presenting a very interesting visual in the back. This is number 18 of only 150 pieces. So it has a lot going for it. Again, the beautifully finished movement made for Lange by Renaud et Papy, the exclusivity, the limited numbers, and the classic proportions. I think this watch has a lot going for it. The movement is called L9020, which has a fusée and chain transmission system, which is a constant force mechanism. Classic dial, otherwise, that is only interrupted by that cutout for the tourbillon at 6 o'clock, and a finely finished bridge that sets it in place. Very traditional looking watch, but also one that commands almost immediate respect and kudos by those in the know. And of a briefcase-like presentation box, very German. The IWC Da Vinci perpetual calendars have similarly severe presentation boxes, which I absolutely adore. The pre-auction estimate of this piece ranges between 132,000 to an amount that is almost 200,000 in US dollars. Nice to see the conversation developing in the chat. I really, really love that. Neo says, Thomas is the mayor of Watch YouTube. I love the guy, man. I do love him. And I really, really miss them. Beautiful Lange Port de Mérite, Thomas Burnett says. St. Peter, 1815 PLM is the Gary G special. Gary Getz has one of the most beautiful collections of all time. I mean, there are so many pieces that you can aspire to in his collection. He has anything from classic vintage Jaeger-LeCoultre to an entire spread of Alan Gonzune, to Voutilainen chronographs, Vacheron Constantin overseas, sports watches, Nautilus perpetual calendar. I don't think there's something, there's a genre of watch that he doesn't have. And he's also one of those people who has a very specific core to his collection that he develops. He does once every so often move out of certain watches and freely admits it and talks about it in his corner at Quill and Pad, the collector's corner. He is the resident collector at Quill and Pad. But I really admire the fact that he sticks to his guns. He does have a very nice and varied core to his collection that he doesn't move out from so easily. Speaking of master watchmakers, we are also looking at Jaeger-LeCoultre piece. This is a master Grande Tradition, or master Grand Tradition. Again, part of the same Important Watches auction that is going to take place on November 5th at Sotheby's Geneva. Perpetual calendar tourbillon wristwatch rendered in platinum with indicators for day and night, moon phase, and a 4-digit expression of the year as well. Beautiful three-pronged turbine looking seconds hand that is set on the pinion or that pivots rather on the tourbillon bridge, which is itself set in place with these heat blued screws. Beautifully framed on the lower half with this slightly recessed and guilloche decorated section or sector. A moon phase indicator that is actually shown with a pointer, with a hand at 3 o'clock, which encircles a day of the week indicator, a pointer date at 9 o'clock, slightly more oversized subdial for the indication of months at 12 o'clock, which includes the signature, the classic JL logo, as well as the 4-digit expression of the year. Platinum self-winding watch, 42.5 millimeters in diameter, presented on a leather strap, and unfortunately matched with an 18 carats yellow gold déployant clasp, which is not pictured, but that's one of my biggest pet peeves, as you guys know, when brands present their platinum watches with white gold clasps or buckles. The bridge plates are beautifully decorated with the stripes that take the form of so many rays of sun and emanating from the back of the tourbillon bridge, and the open worked full gold self-winding rotor and 22 carats of pink gold is also nicely detailed with the same Claude Paris, same guilloche pattern that we saw in the lower part of the dial. This is the Jaeger-LeCoultre Master Grande Tradition reference 186-635S. Classic design that combines perpetual calendar and tourbillon and packs it up in a 42.5 millimeter platinum case. Comes with the presentation box as well as matching setting pin. The papers are nowhere to be seen, and the pre-auction estimates ranges from 33,000 in US dollars to an amount in excess of $55,000. St. Peter is a lover of German silver, just as I am. And yes, sir, I didn't notice that. St. Peter, that's amazing. Yeah, just to go back to that before, I mean, we did finish this anyways. The estimated value, 33,000 to an amount in excess of 55,000 for the Master Grande Tradition, the perpetual calendar tourbillon by JLC. But yes, this tourbillon Pour le Mérite actually almost presents 1815. I don't know if that was carefully chosen, but since it is number 18 in a 150-piece series, you have that magic number on the back. (1815) is, of course, the birth year of Lange, the ancestor of the maker. And that line presents the classic design elements of precision watchmaking for the brand. Of course, privileges, legibility as a certain contemporary touch. So makes absolute sense. And thank you, St. Peter, for noticing that and for underlining that. 18 out of 150. Fascinating. I don't know if that was an intentional choice, but certainly makes the watch suddenly much more meaningful. Thomas Burnett says, I was talking with Andreas Strehler 2 weeks ago, and he was telling me how he prefers remontoirs to fusée and chain for constant force because fusée and chain can get seized up easier. Okay. Thomas Burnett says the A. Lange & Söhne Pour le Mérite tourbillon is an amazing watch. I do agree, even if Strehler himself prefers remontoir to fusée and chain as a constant force mechanism. We are looking at a lot of interesting high horological pieces. Of course, as always, they are mixed up with classic Rolex sports watches. Of course, the pride of place in the auction, as I presented at the very beginning of the broadcast, are 2 watches that carry George Daniels's name on the dial and that were made by none other than Roger Smith. And now we're looking at a Rotonde de Cartier, a flying tourbillon chiming watch, a minute repeating flying tourbillon from around 2017. I think this watch was made at a time where Carole Forestier-Cassapy was still with Cartier. She's now the movements director at TAG Heuer. As you guys know, she's known as Queen of Complications, thanks to a reputation that she solidified at Cartier. I think she was there from 2005 to around 2020. We were complementing some of those tourbillons for the fine finish of the bridges. Flying tourbillon means that there's no bridge that sets the tourbillon in place in the cage, as you can see here, which is harder to achieve from a horological standpoint, harder to stabilize, so to speak. And it is aesthetically perhaps more pleasing and preferable because it doesn't have anything that impedes your visual enjoyment of this regulating mechanism. The dial is a beautiful anthracite gray with a kind of solar guilloche decoration, with the rays emanating from right under the hand stack, classic épée or sword-styled heat-blued stainless steel hands for hour and minutes. Of course, the tourbillon cage is uniquely set at 12 o'clock, which gives it kind of, how can I put it, a visual prominence on the dial, and using the classic wishbone-styled Cartier C as part of the tourbillon, of course, allows that cage to become a seconds indicator as well. That's beautiful. And I always forget the name of this part. Maybe Thomas can help me. But in addition to the hammers, of course, for the minute repeater, what you have here at 6 o'clock is actually the part of the movement that paces the chiming of the watch, right? Which is incredibly underrated when you think of the mainstream appreciation of a minute repeater. Sometimes because people obsess about different materials and what kind of sound they produce. Sometimes watchmakers themselves obsess about that and about the volume of a minute repeater, and that is usually to the detriment of a perfectly pitched and nicely set minute repeater. Honestly, if you have listened to 3, 4, 5 of them of varying levels of quality and prestige, you will know exactly what I mean. And I remember, I'm not going to name and shame the maker, but I remember being completely appalled by how strangely some minute repeaters were set when it comes to this issue of pacing from some of the most prestigious makers. You can see the crown has this beautiful beaded grip, and it's topped off by a sapphire cabochon, nicely coordinating with the heat-blued hands. And there's a pusher at 8 o'clock to activate the chiming functions of the watch. Officer-style lugs on that rotonde case with screw-through connection for mounting to the leather strap. Hand-wound caliber for this limited edition, 20-piece limited edition. This is number 7. The watch itself is in titanium, a 45 millimeter case. This particular example comes with box and papers, and it is matched with an 18 karat white gold Cartier déployant clasp. Neo says the fusée and chain is sexier on the eye, better marketing, I think. I think so. There's kind of an industrial look to it, right? A remontoir doesn't look like much. It may be, in fact, the more efficient and longer lasting constant force mechanism, at least according to Andreas Strehler's take. But I think the Fusée and Chain just looks sexy as hell, especially if you're into that sort of brutalist aesthetic, right? Thomas says, I agree with Neo on this. It is really fascinating to look at, a more romantic mechanism aesthetically. Neo says she's a freak. And he also says, Tourbillon has been around for so long, it really should be a commodity feature on any watch in 2023. I think the watchmakers are sticking their middle finger at, I don't know how that is going to end. If you would like to clarify. What a beautiful movement, as you can see it from the back. Nice Geneva seal there. Well deserved. Again, Titan, a titanium case. Which is interestingly, and a lot of people are surprised about this sometimes, produces a very loud and you might say a little bit of a shrill voice for the chime. Very, very interesting. And here is the private collection privée presentation box, the red box treatment. You probably want this with any Cartier watch, and the documents as well. The estimated value of this particular piece is between 132,000 to almost 200,000 in US dollars. Yeah, it is really a stunning movement. And I love the fact, again, that it displays, it has everything up its sleeve, right? It displays the tourbillon cage beautifully at 12 o'clock, and it has that cutout for both the hammers and this, again, I forget the name of this part, but that's what paces the striking of the gongs for the minute repeater, the striking of the hammers for the minute repeater. And of course, the gong here is exposed as well. I mean, just a beautiful design as well. It's a gigantic watch for my proportions, but for my wrist, I should say. But nevertheless, it's a beautiful design front and back. And Neo says, at us. Okay, they're sticking, watchmakers are sticking their middle finger at us. We romanticize it, and we are willing to be charged extra for it. We all know it doesn't even actually help. Yeah, of course. Neo, you know this better than most. The tourbillon was a regulating mechanism invented for pocket watches, so it has perhaps less of a relevance in terms of counteracting the effects of gravity when it comes to something, a timepiece that is worn on your wrist, that you turn around every so often, at least during the day. But of course, there's a certain romanticism attached to it. It is a kind of implicit connection and even emphasis of how our more contemporary mechanical wristwatches inherit from that tradition of making pocket watches. It is something that very directly, immediately, and mechanically represents the dynamism of your watch's movement, oftentimes on the dial through a cutout or through a nicely designed cage. So it kind of delivers on all different fronts, right? It delivers on the horological front. It delivers on the historical front. It delivers on, it kind of pulls on the heartstrings, right? It pulls directly at your emotions as well. So I think it is something that goes beyond function. And as you know, yes, it's still, a nicely regulated tourbillon wristwatch should still give you chronometric precision, but I don't think there are many makers that certify that. Chopard LUC might in fact be the only manufacturer that goes through the trouble of getting COSC certification for even their tourbillon pieces, which I always thought was incredible and very principled as well. I don't know if you're making fun of me or not, but yeah, I like this microphone, actually. I love my setup too, but it's just here I have the Shure microphone that I use, the bigger microphone that I use and extend from down here, I kind of have to install it on a railing here by the window. And it's not very convenient. And sometimes it just falls down, right? It doesn't screw down properly. And sometimes it falls down at night, and I wake up in in a pool of sweat thinking someone broke into the house or something. So I kind of transitioned into this, but I hope you can hear me just as well. Neo says, totally, I want one. I want a tourbillon wristwatch, but they should be dirt cheap in 2023. They had since 1800s to work on it. Neo, that's not how it works, right? In the contemporary high horology, actually really militates against logic and common sense. We had this discussion, exactly this discussion actually together, Neo. Remember when you were on the panel, when we were talking about the Blancpain X Swatch collaboration, and we were marveling at a certain level at the ingenuity of System 51 as a mechanical movement that consists of only 51 parts set in place by a single screw, right? And that's marvelous. That's fascinating, and that's actually where innovation usually leads in any normal line of techniques. Whereas in mechanical watchmaking, which of course had to recalibrate and reconfigure its own priorities in the wake of the quartz crisis, you in fact now have makers with movements, with calibers that pride themselves of having 265 to 400 different components, all of which are of course hand finished, even if you don't see them directly through the exhibition caseback, so on and so forth. So they actually take pride in making complicated movements with more complicated and excessive and probably unnecessary components. Whereas in any other normal line of work, you are supposed to lead in the other direction, right? So it's an art, and it's a craft that militates against logic and common sense in most instances. Neo says, no, I was being serious about your microphone. It sounded awesome. I appreciate that. Honestly, on most days, I don't mind the sirens and the alarms. I think it's because I came of age in New York City, which is really, I mean, you don't have to exaggerate it at all, but it's really an urban soundscape that's defined by alarm, defined by sirens. Another beautiful combination of complications here, proper Patek Grand Complication 5531R. In a way, it's a timepiece that brings together some of the most prestigious complications and combines that with stunning craftsmanship, both in terms of the decoration of the case and, of course, the miniature painting executed in cloisonné enamel at the center of the dial. And that's a scene from Lac Le Mans, of course, Lake Geneva. This was apparently introduced in Baselworld 2018. The particular example comes from around year 2022. The first combination of world time with the minute repeater was apparently presented the year before in the Watch Art Grand Exhibition in New York with the new caliber R27HU, HU standing, of course, for Heure Universelle, roughly the French phrase for the world time mechanism, introduced into the world of wristwatches by Louis Cotier, and perhaps made most famously by Patek Philippe. Of course, my friend and great supporter of this channel, JB, and I might gush over the 5930G in its stunning combination of the world time with a self-winding chronograph with the flyback functionality. But this is perhaps, in terms of prestige, an even more stunning combination. The two-tone 24-hour ring combines the shades of a kind of salmon tinted pink gold color for the waking hours, for the day parts, and for the night part it has a nice brown color. Again, that beautiful setting of Lake Geneva in cloisonné enamel at the center. and a 24 city indication for the city's ring. The pusher for that is translated to 2 p.m. here, and the slide for the chiming function is installed on the left flank of the case. The case itself is beautifully designed and very distinctive, with pierced lugs that allow you to appreciate the 3 rows of hobnail decoration that runs through the entire case band. Beautiful oversized micro rotor, which renders this watch, of course, very nice and slender. Calatrava cross covers that same mechanism again, of which the name I constantly forget, but that sets the pace of the hammers. And here are those black polished hammers for the minute repeater as part of the movement that can be glimpsed from the back. And Patek Philippe really does have, I think, a very stunning shade of 5N pink gold. Really, really love it. Yeah, there are very affordable Chinese-made tourbillons that have been for quite some time now. Yeah, I don't, again, I don't know. I'm not the Pope, so I don't decree anything about what is acceptable or not. I just know I don't necessarily run after it. Just run after a watch just because it presents a certain complication or feature. I'm much more interested in how the overall design comes together and whether it influences some emotions in me. And that's usually, for me, as with most of us, I'm sure, I don't really have a very rarefied taste in watches. I like some strange stuff. I am a weirdo after all. But when it comes to what I collect, it's mostly iconic designs with a slight unique variation. It doesn't have to be extremely rare or superbly complicated. But yes, I do love the 5531. 5531R, as it's presented here, is a stunning watch. This particular lot does come with its box and papers, with its original full set from 2022. The case diameter scales right over 40 millimeters, and as you can see, it is a very wearable piece, very compact for what it packs, and it has an estimated value of 663,000 to an amount in excess of 1,100,000 in US dollars. Neo, I was born and raised in Queens. I used to hang out in Astoria all the time, man, when I was in New York. Am I going to Watch Time New York? Everyone asks me this. Unfortunately, I don't have the resources or not even the time to go. It will be very tight for me to leave everything and go, even if I could actually organize a trip. We have an absolute classic for the next slots. This is a Patek Philippe 3970J. J is, of course, for or jaune, yellow gold. Classic 36 millimeter case with those stepped claw-like lugs. Leaf-styled, leaf-shaped hands combined with in Laton style index markers. The pointer dates at 6 o'clock that encircles the moon phase indicator. The two apertures above the signature of the brand at 12 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. The running seconds at 9 o'clock, which surrounds a micro hand for 24 hours and also serves as a day and night indication by virtue of that. And the 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, which also encircles the leap year indication. Of course, there's a centrally deployed chronograph seconds as well. This is, of course, a perpetual calendar chronograph by Patek Philippe. This particular example coming from year 1990. With its certificate of origin that accompanies this slot. The mechanism is built on the base of Lemania CH27, the famous ébauche that gave us everything from generations of very prestigious perpetual calendar chronographs by Patek Philippe to tourbillon chronographs by Audemars Piguet to the Moonwatch caliber, Omega 321, to, again, many interesting hand-wound chronographs made by makers ranging from Daniel Roth to Roger Dupuis and others. Classic model, again in the 36 millimeter case size, which I think is ideal for this particular genre of the watch. I know many people prefer the 5970 because it's a more contemporary looking piece in a way, at least thanks to its dimensions. But I really, really do like this piece, which does have a pre-auction estimate that ranges from around $77,000 to an amount in excess of 110,000 in US dollars. Neo says, that's where I grew up. You grew up in Astoria. Amazing. Amazing. When I was hanging out there, there were a lot of a lot of Brazilian people, but also a lot of Lebanese and Egyptian people, and some North Africans as well. Some North Africans as well. And there were still, some Greeks and traditional cafes, joints, and other restaurants too. Not to, 5270 was the series that replaced the 5970 and presented us with the perpetual calendar chronograph movement that was built on the base of an in-house caliber, CH29 by Patek Philippe. The full name of the caliber is CH29-535 PSQ. PS for Petite Seconde, the running seconds at 9 o'clock, and Q for the calendar, quintième. The piece has a 41 millimeter case executed in platinum with those spider-like lugs. A beautiful concave bezel. And of course, that electrifying combination of white metal and salmon pink dial. This time, the indication for the leap year and day and night are reduced to these porthole-like windows between 4:30 for the leap year and 7:30 for day and night. There's still 2 wickets right above the signature at 12 o'clock for the day of the week and the month. Running seconds between 8 and 9, and the 30-minute totalizer at 3:30. And there's a tachymeter scale on the periphery of the dial, applied and blackened Arabic numerals in the upper half of the dial present a very nice contrast. The hands are styled like leaves for the hour and minutes and play along well with the platinum case. Here's a look at the movement that is conceived by Patek Philippe and carries their seal instead of a Geneva seal, instead of the hallmark of Geneva. But their characteristic black polished cap for the column wheel is still there and is still one of their distinctive visual signatures when it comes to the visual architecture of their chronograph movements. The estimated value of this platinum perpetual calendar chronograph by Patek Philippe, the 5270P, is between 132,000 to an amount that is almost 200,000 in US dollars. You forgot to upvote. Oh my God. That's a disaster, Neo. Do not forget to upvote. If you like the show, please do upvote if you have forgotten, just like Neo. If you hate it, if you're a hater, please hit the downvote as well. It's an interaction, it's an engagement. It still helps. If you really hate me, you should really express that with a super chat. And I will make sure to read it aloud and respond to you personally with some vicious get back. So be forewarned. I want to get a colder bottle of water. So you take a look at the Speedmaster Broad Arrow, this early example from 1958. I will be right back. Okay, how are we doing? It's only a quarter of the show so far. So far, so good. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for pushing me forward from the chat. All my regulars here, pretty much. St. Peter, Neo, Frank and Honest. Frank and Honest, I love this guy. I love the Bear avatar too, Bear Clooney. And thank you also for the generous super chats from Neo, St. Peter, and Thomas Burnett. It always helps, but I particularly appreciate it until October 12th. Since all the YouTube proceeds from super chats, super thanks, super duper stickers are all going to the donation to UNICEF, which is going to be earmarked for children in Morocco and Libya. Neo says it used to be Greek, Italian, and some Irish at that point, and also some Puerto Ricans. That's lovely. I mean, New York is very, very diverse. Sometimes people seemingly reside in their own pockets. But on a day-to-day basis, I find it to be much more of a melting pot, to use that cheesy expression, compared to Los Angeles, where people from different walks of life get together much more rarely. So we're looking at this reference 2915-2, ostensibly from the second series. Of course, it's the original case, the so-called professional case with the twisted lugs, was introduced much later, about a decade later. Stainless steel and the broad arrow name comes from the set of hands that are used for the hour and minutes, especially the hour hand. flat link bracelet, classic case size and dimensions, 38 millimeters in diameter. And of course, powered by the hand-wound Omega 321, which is a variation of Limbania CH27 or 2310. The reference 2915 was introduced in 1957. This particular example is from 1958. The tachymeter bezel is missing, which, sorry, I mean, it's faint. I was going to say it's fainted. It's kind of fully ghosted, which in the recent history of early Omega Speedmasters seems to be a very honest presentation. So I appreciate that. You know, it's not replaced by a period correct, perfect version of that bezel. So that's great. Stainless steel case, stainless steel tachymeter bezel that has basically been ghosted. And accordingly, this beautiful and seemingly authentic and most certainly charming Omega Speedmaster broad arrow piece with the reference 2915-2 is going to be among the lots at the upcoming Sotheby's Geneva auction on November 5th. And it has a pre-auction estimate that ranges from $55,000 to an amount in excess of $110,000 in US dollars. St. Peter says, I've been in New York City for 20 years. Pretty much love it and hate it equally. Yeah, I can say that too. I think I love it more than I hate it. But New York is certainly a city that inspires very strong feelings, for sure. And it is still the best city. And Neo says, NYC takes up barely any space in comparison to Los Angeles, obviously, because that's what we were comparing. You have no choice but to interact and get along. I think that's a good point. That is a good point. Wow, this is a stunning Calatrava. 3998 P, a platinum piece with hieroglyphs on the dial, reference 3998 P, 34 millimeter platinum case. It is presented in this particular way, so I will read it from the lot essay penned by the good folks at Sotheby's. Sotheby's is honored to offer this, a fresh to the market possibly unique Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 3998 in platinum with a hieroglyph dial. Reference 3998 with Egyptian hieroglyphs first appeared on the public market in 2014. Prior to that appearance, no other Patek Philippe timepiece with Egyptian hieroglyph dials were known. The present watch comes directly from an important Scandinavian family that received the watch as a gift directly from the first owner. The choice of hieroglyphs is one of the most unusual and unique options ever found on any Patek Philippe dial, and it is reminiscent of Masonic pocket watches with symbols in place of numerals, which for the initiated holds specific meaning. Close inspection of the dials of each watch reveals they have each unique hieroglyphic combinations and layouts. Their placement puzzled watch enthusiasts since they don't follow traditional hour marker pattern with numerals placed around the outer edge of the dial. By translating the hieroglyphs, one gets a clearer understanding and appreciation for these most unusual timepieces. The dial of the present lot spells out Saud Attani Saud at 6 o'clock and at Thani at 12 o'clock. Saud ibn Muhammad al-Thani, a Qatari prince who served as Minister of Culture, Arts and Heritage, was an avid art collector and the owner of the Henry Graves Super Complication, which he purchased during the famed 1999 Time Museum auction in New York City. The Henry Graves Super Complication was loaned by the prince to the Patek Philippe Museum and is certainly an indication of the strong relationship between the brands and Athani, demonstrating his ability to make extraordinary requests for personalized timepieces. Following Sotheby's sale of the titanium collection in June 2014 in New York, November 2014, the Henry Graves Super Complication would be sold at auction in Geneva for 24 million US dollars, still the highest price ever achieved for a pocket watch. Amazing. I'm glad the mystery is solved. The watch also comes with this beautiful cherry-colored wooden presentation box, classic by Patek Philippe. And again, here's the unique hieroglyph dial, classic Dauphine hands, sweep center seconds, and a date window at 3 o'clock. The estimated value of this lot from Important Watches Part 1, a live event at Sotheby's Geneva on November the 5th, 88,000 to an amount in excess of 165,000 in US dollars. Hey, Ossie, how are you doing? An absolute classic also in the next slot, even though it's perhaps pales in comparison to many of the complicated watches we were looking at. This is, I think, one of the most beautiful watches. I really like the Chronomètre Sovereign. It might be seemingly plain, but nevertheless quite distinguished and even interesting, if I might say so. Time-only piece, power reserve indicator, of course, at 3 o'clock, which distinguishes it from Chronomètre Bleu. I'm so glad I got that sucker. And there's, of course, the off-center small seconds at 7:30. And as a design detail, I really like how the numerals for 7 and 8 o'clock are shrunk to accommodate that placement of the subsidiary dial for the seconds. The dial produced out of a gold blank with engine turning, with hobnail decoration at the center, heat blued hands, Arabic numerals for the hour markers, and a railroad track for the minutes. I really like the classic case design of FP Journe as well. As you guys know, I'm not necessarily a fanboy of the brand, but I do appreciate them from far quite a bit. This platinum watch is powered by the caliber 1304, which has its base plate and bridge plates rendered in 18 karat pink gold. FP Journe Chronomètre Sovereign in platinum from around 2008, and with a pre-auction estimate that ranges between 33,000 to 55,000 in US dollars. One of my favorites in this auction. What we have next is a Royal Oak Perpetual Calendar in a stunning combination of black and gold. This is a relatively early example, and I really appreciate these versions because of the balanced look. Of course, it lacks the weekly calendar, which is indicated with an extra hand on the perimeter of the dial. Of course, it doesn't even have the leap year indicator, but it has the visual balance that it achieves in this dial layout, which combines the 3 sub-dials with the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. You're looking at reference 25554BA, executed in 18 karat yellow gold, case and integrated bracelet and all. It has a black dial, and the present lot actually comes with a digital archival extract from AP as well. Another virtue of these earlier examples of the AP perpetual calendar is that they are basically housed in a case for the jumbo, right? It's a 39 millimeter case for the self-winding perpetual calendar, styled as a Royal Oak in a stunning combination of black and gold. The perpetual calendars, the complicated versions, or rather I should say probably dressier versions of the Royal Oak, often forego the classic handsets of the original Gérard Giunta design and replaces it with these pencil-shaped or baton-shaped hands, which of course is a utilitarian choice. You want to make sure that the calendrical indications in the subdials are nice and clear and perfectly legible. The estimated value of the piece is 154,000 to an amount that is almost 310,000 in US dollars for this Royal Oak perpetual calendar from around year 1985 with the reference number 25554BA. Remember again, every single super chat, all the proceeds from super chats and super stickers are going through to the charity efforts for the UNICEF donation, and every single super chat yesterday, today, and tomorrow gets a unique number for the raffle. It will be the winner will be chosen by the random number generator of Google, and they will win the Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration from last year with the Blue Dial. Next is classic Rolex Sea Dweller, reference 1665, with the Armani insignia with the crossed daggers of the Sultanate of Amman, the Khanjar, the red Khanjar against the black backgrounds, which is also stunningly complemented, of course, with the eggshell patina of the luminous material on the dial and the hands. Of course, the watch has a domed crystal with no cyclops for the date indicator at 3, classic Sea Dweller style. Looks like a goddamn UFO from the profile, which I absolutely adore. This is, of course, one of my absolute vintage grails. The piece is mounted on a folded link oyster bracelet, period correct, from early 1970s. The helium escape valve that you can see at 9 o'clock, very subtle and utilitarian. And here's the case back. That presents this original patent, the gas escape valve or the helium escape valve. As with the majority, if not all, watches that are connected to the Sultanate of Oman, this piece was retailed by Asprey. And again, instead of all the writing and the 2 lines of red writing that distinguishes earlier examples of the reference 1665, this piece has the Omani Khanjar, the cross swords and dagger. That is the national emblem of Oman. I think there was supposed to be an engraving of some sort that identifies this watch as Asprey. I don't know if I'm missing it. Okay, I must be experiencing some minor brain fart here because I can't really glimpse the Asprey logo. Anyway. Oh, yes, it's here. Right here, Asprey. And this piece has an estimate that ranges from 265,000 to 420,000 in US dollars. Yeah, I love the 25554, and in that black and gold, it's an absolute belter. Next up is Patek Philippe Advanced Research 5550P. That is a perpetual calendar in a 37 millimeter platinum case, a limited edition of 300 pieces. This is built on the self-winding micro rotor caliber 240, and the piece also has a kind of magnifier on the exhibition case back, which highlights the Celemvar components of the movement, the Spiromax balance spring, the Pulsomax escapement, and the Gyromax Psi balance. The piece has a power reserve of 70 hours. Which is, of course, part of what you gain with these silicon-injected developments in movement technology. An interesting blend of tradition and innovation in this Patek Philippe Advanced Research reference 5550P, one of 300 pieces. And here with its unique presentation box, as well as the original set of documents that accompany it. Hey, Captain Kirk, I took most of September off. It was a difficult month for me personally, so it happens. I'm back for good. Did a marathon yesterday, doing a marathon today, 6 hours for both of them, and hopefully another marathon on Thursday to cap off this charity effort. And then I'll be back with my 4-hour nightly shows for 4 or 5 times a week. And you guys know I also upload 3-4 videos on a weekly basis too. I work pretty hard, and I'm so glad that my subscribers are very loyal and very supportive of me. I might not have the quantity, but I certainly have the quality in terms of the people who contribute to this channel, and I appreciate you all immensely. I want you to know that. The estimated value of the Patek Philippe Advanced Research Perpetual Calendar in a 37mm platinum case was in the range between 88,000 to an amount in excess of 132,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button whenever you can. We have an early example of chronomètre à résonance by F.P. Jean with charmingly oxidized pink gold dial as well. Of course, you have the twin dials that are mounted on that pink gold background, themselves produced out of gold blanks and engine turned for decoration and silvered. The heat blued hands, I think, are nice and complementary to those aesthetics. And you also have a power reserve indicator between those two dials that mirror each other, and that through the principle of resonance coordinate with each other, synchronize with each other, and compensate for each other. Of course, the chronomètre résonance was a horological feat achieved in pocket watches by Abraham Louis Breguet a long time ago, centuries ago. But of course, those were pocket watches that scaled above 60 millimeters in diameter. The fact that FP Jones managed to implement this principle of resonance in a wristwatch that scaled right around 38 millimeters in diameter, I think is very, very important. This is an early pre-souscription example of the platinum chronomètre résonance. The official subscription pieces, which number 1 to 20, were actually not the first resonance watches. There are about 30 pieces that comprise this pre-production series. 99R, and there are the pre-subscription pieces, 00R, as with this current lots. These amount to roughly 30 watches in total. They fall outside of the numbering between 1 to 2, which were reserved for the subscription pieces. And one distinctive thing about these pieces are the hand-engraved case backs. As you can see, the inscriptions are much more shallow and slightly faint even compared to the later laser engravings that characterize the subscription series. And of course, this is brass movement, rhodium plated. A piece of history in a certain sense. Comes with its box and papers. Number 33, 00R, as you can see, of chronomètre résonance by FP Jones. With an estimated value in the range between 550,000 to an amount in excess of 1,100,000 in US dollars. Captain Kirk, welcome back from your rest. $10. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Looks like an old Italian plaster. Funny. I like that. St. Peter says the patina on that FPJ is superb. And Captain Kirk says it looks like an old Italian plaster. That's vicious, man. All right, I'm not going to have too much fun. So this was some of the lots, about 15, 17 if we include the 2 watches branded George Daniels made by Roger Smith, with which I began my presentation today. Sotheby's also has a Hong Kong auction that's coming up at the end of this month, and that precedes the fall season in Geneva. So let's take a look at some of the watches that are presented there. Oh, They have not yet started showing them. Okay, let's see. I think I'll recalibrate. All right, let's see. I'll find something for us to. Of course, we have Philips coming up. And I'm pretty sure they posted their upcoming watch auctions. There we go. Number 18, Roman numeral 18, in Geneva, showing 189 lots. I will, as I usually do, post the link right here in the chat. If you have any special requests, feel free to super chat it, and I will happily go to that lot number specifically and dive in with some significant horological and historical detail. A lot of interesting watches. Again, the usual suspects and some unique pieces. Contemporary Rolex Professional pieces, a Daytona Beach, Patek Philippe Aquanaut chronograph, a Royal Oak perpetual calendar, Patek perpetual calendars, perpetual calendar chronographs, perpetual calendar chronograph minute repeaters, Camp Complications, an original Nautilus Jumbo, a split seconds chronograph by Daniel Roth, a reference 8 by Urban Jürgensen, DB28 kind of blue tourbillon, the famous FP Jaune chronometre Optimum with the jade dial with the matching cufflinks split into a different lot. That's vicious. That's not fair. Beautiful Voutilainen chronometre 27 in a pièce unique format. That's really a stunning piece. I appreciate both the Art Deco design of the case and the reworking of the Longines caliber 360 for that watch. So that's something we can most certainly take a look at. There's George Daniels Anniversary Platinum #1, the Grand Reverso Tributes 1931, the London edition as well. Wow, a lot of fascinating pieces. The double face chronograph by Frank Müller. the Deville central tourbillon with diamond sets, bezel. Oh my God, the number 30. I think I'll have to start with that. I think I'm going to go back to that. But before we get to that, again, let's continue skimming a little more. Christian Kling's time-only piece. I think Christian Kling's retired and became a pastor. So the few watches that he has actually made, he has completed, must have appreciated in a way. And Opus 3, the Harry Winston Vienne Alter collaboration, Chronomètre Résonance, black label. Wow. Yeah, Philips doesn't miss with these kinds of curations, you know. It's pretty good. A Daniel Roth perpetual calendar, C117, Uhrwerk Uhr 102, Voutilainen 28, Langenheine, 3800, the reduced size Patek Philippe Nautilus with sweep center seconds and a gem set dial with brilliant diamonds for the hour markers. A two-tone 222 vintage. Wow, a lot of heavy hitters. Ocean 2000, the titanium IWC Porsche design dive watch that was made for the Bundeswehr. Many interesting gem sets, Rolex pieces, Rolex Daytonas, and day dates. The mythical Cartier creature, the Tortue Monopoussoir. Captain Kirk, to be brutally honest with you, I don't know too much about the case making process as it's traditionally done, but I would assume for modern production, it probably involves a lot of CNC machines and perhaps some hand finishing at the highest level. But I will try to learn more overall so I can talk about it more knowledgeably next time. That being said, collectability, John Reardon's platform for Patek Philippe actually has a whole piece on historical case makers for Patek Philippe watches that in fact outlines the key numbers for specific makers as well, so you can identify which case was made by which maker. Of course, his accounts, his descriptions for each case maker does include also the reference numbers of some of the most popular watches, watch cases they had made traditionally. But I would, again, going back to the initial point, I would assume that beyond very boutique makers with limited production numbers like Jean-Pierre Agman, who now works exclusively with Recep Recepi anyways, I'm sure the whole process doesn't really involve a lot of handwork by individual makers anyways. It might involve some hand finishing, I'm not going to deny that, but depends on what we call, handwork to begin with, right? That's in and of itself quite contentious. What a beautiful Tank Centré there. Already a couple of withdrawn lots. Beautiful historic chronographs. Some Armani dials, our very own favorite piece there. A Tiffany double-branded, a Tiffany co-signed Nautilus Moonphase from the reference 5712. Classic De Bethune DB1 single button chronograph, everything being integrated to the crown. Oh, so many great pieces. I should just stop commenting. I will just scroll down and come back with some of my favorites. Before I just gawk all over the place. Let's go. I'll start with this absolutely stunning version of Breguet Classic hand-wound chronograph, the 3237. In yellow golds, a 36 millimeter case with those characteristic extended teardrop lugs, perfectly round case with an entirely fluted case band, dial produced from a gold blank engine turned by hand, combining these various decorations at the center of the dial and the chronograph subdials. In this case, the hour track is actually lapis lazuli. What a beautiful combination to use that for the perimeter of the dial. Goes well with the heat blued hands too. Of course, Breguet styled handset for the hour and minutes. Classic chronograph, one of the perennial designs, along with the 3130 and 3230, 3137, 3237. That's defined Breguet's revival era. I'm sure you recognize by now the architecture of the Lemania CH27. Here, beautifully finished, assembled, and regulated by Breguet, swan neck regulator. Beautiful Y chronograph bridge. What a stunning movement. As impressive as high beats, self-winding chronograph movements may have become in terms of precision and accuracy, it's hard to compete with the visual aesthetics of a classic hand-wound chronograph. And this is really a rare and exquisite example. The estimates, I think, belies how far this particular version of the watch can go. I'm not going to venture to say it's extremely rare and possibly unique, as some people say. But this is certainly going to go for more than the pre-auction estimates, which is set between 11,000 to 22,000 in US dollars. Lot 30 is also offered without reserve, which means that it's going to start at 1 franc on November 3rd. The piece comes with a presentation box, the product literature, outer packaging, a blank certificate of origin and warranty, and a recent service invoice from Swatch Group Japan. That was lot 30 for the hand-wound Breguet chronograph, reference 3237. St. Peter says, too many good lots. Wow. Thank you, Ali Reza. 1331. Ali Reza is also a member of the channel. Love him. Curveball. Let's go see that link. All 29 is here. Nice to see you, man. Yeah, the lapis detail on this is just incredible. But let's see what Ali is asking us. Rago Arts Auctions. What is that? Let's see. Okay, which lot though, Ali? I can't quite see from the link that you posted which lot you meant. Please specify below, Ali. I would really appreciate that, and I'm happy to go back to it. But would you like me to shift to this auction, or do you have any particular lots that you want me to choose? I mean, I can already see a few very interesting pieces, so I'm not averse to going through at least some of them here. I am gonna very quickly jump to a channel special, lot 98, for the beautiful combination of the proprietary Patek World Time with the flyback, self-winding flyback chronograph. This piece is actually accompanied by the full set of its accessories from 2019. Or rather 2016, which is actually the year when this combination of the two complications, namely the self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality and World Time, was introduced. There is, as you can see, to add a little bit to the functionality of the watch, there is a 1/5 of a second indication scale that is set right between the city's ring and the 24-hour ring. Stunning barleycorn decoration on the center of the dial, which also houses the small but effective single chronograph register that is a 30-minute totalizer, nicely framed by a gold ring. The two-tone 24-hour ring, gray for the morning, dark blue for night. And of course, the 24 cities that represent 24 time zones, old school Hong Kong. I love these kind of shouldered lugs. I actually like the movement as well, even though the World Time movement for me always inspires something built on the base of caliber 240, of course, a micro rotor movement. Of course, this particular piece is built on the base of the in-house caliber CH28, the self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality, and with the addition of a World Time module. I also like the aesthetics that combination brings in terms of having the World Time pusher at 10 o'clock and the start-stop pusher for the chronograph at 2 o'clock, kind of a bull's head configuration, enhancing the sporty look of the watch. This is lot 98. Stunning combination of white metal and a blue dial. Beautiful blending of prestige and functionality, 5930G. Nowadays discontinued, no longer part of the Patek Philippe catalog in this particular configuration, in this combination of colors and materials, with a case that scales right under 40 millimeters in white gold, and with a pre-auction estimate that ranges from $33,000 to $65,900 in US dollars. Let's take a look what Ali Reza says. I'm messing with you. It's a small auction with just a few interesting pieces wanted to share, but no priority. That's great. I mean, it's a marathon, Ali, so it's actually very much appreciated. I'm sure after I'm done um, with this, I will still have time to go through many of those. But since you generously donated, if you want to kind of single out one lot at least for me to mix into this presentation, I would more than happily do that, because I don't know how long you can stay tonight, whether you want to jump on the panel or not. So I don't want to, I don't want to not provide value for your super chat. Captain Kirk, no. But since this is a chronograph, column wheel chronograph with a vertical clutch, you can just leave it running. So there's no small seconds, so to speak. There's no continuous running seconds. The only seconds hand you have on this watch and on a lot of the combined self-winding chronographs Patek Philippe has is the central seconds hand, is the chronograph seconds hand. So that's your seconds hand when it comes to number 98, lot 98, reference 5930G by Patek Philippe. St. Peter asked for number 42. The black label is F.B. Jones series that is reserved for the most loyal collectors. It used to be that you had to, oh, pardon, you said lot 49. This is not lot 49. I'm sorry. I'm dyslexic sometimes, so this is the 1815 Tourbillon Handwerkskunst. This is how I ingratiated myself, by the way, with the Alango & Söhne boutique in Costa Mesa at South Coast Plaza. When I said the word Handwerkskunst, we immediately made friends, the boutique manager and I. It was funny. German. Yeah. Unfortunately, what can I do? Lot 49, Alango & Söhne, reference 730 048F, a limited edition of 30 pieces in 18 karat pink gold. The case scales right under 40 millimeters in diameter. This is number 3 out of 30. Handwerkskunst is Alango & Söhne's series that focus on traditional crafts that are combined or that distinguish German or Saxonian watchmaking. The dial itself is also fashioned from a pink gold blank. It is then rhodium plated and hand engraved by a special burin, resulting in this effect that is called tremblage. You guys know that name is sometimes associated with Moritz Grossmann, which is another German maker, another maker from Glashütte that specializes in that technique. But it is certainly not above Alango & Söhne to use this. course, this series for the 1815 Tourbillon was launched in 2015 to celebrate the 200th birthday or 200th anniversary of F.A. Lange's birth. The granular texture of the dial remains the highlight of the watch, even though the oversized tourbillon cage with its finely finished bridge is also quite beautiful to contemplate. Three-quarter plates here is given a frosted finish. And the hand engraving is even more extensive to frame the tourbillon cage on the back. Beautiful, beautiful piece. Number 3 out of 30. This piece, of course, comes with the full set of its accessories. And you can see there are elements of open working, namely in the balance cock and the barrel on the case back too. Stunning piece. Lot 49. A. Lange & Söhne, 1815 Tourbillon, Handwerkskunst, reference 730-048F, one of 30 pieces with an estimated value that ranges from 87,900 to 176,000. I love also that they added a beautifully fine and heat-blued second hand that pivots on the tourbillon as well. Very good piece of design. You know, kind of subdued, even though it should look quite ostentatious with all this detail on the dial between the tourbillon cage and really hand finished dial, hand picked, I was gonna say, or hand engraved, you know, whatever you wanna say. But yeah, of course, the frosted finish of that three-quarter plates is relatively unique as well. You get the glashütte ribbing usually. That was lot 49. I'm kind of going out of sequence. I might go back, but I want to do the Cartier Tortue Monopoussoir and then DB1 as well. This is a piece that belongs to that decade of watchmaking at Cartier, where the brand focused on creating basically a rich conjugation between their classic archival styles and high horological complications, or really high horological touches, let's say, because some of the watches that came in this series were not necessarily complicated. It's usually shortened to or abbreviated as CPCP. CPCP stands for Collection Privée Cartier Paris, the private collection of Cartier Paris. From 1998 to 2008, there were many fascinating and horologically interesting pieces produced as part of this collection, and always in limited numbers. A lot of people are fascinated with and aspire to own the Cartier Tortue monopoussoir from this collection, the single button, the monopusher chronograph from this collection, because it also features a movement that not only revives the Cartier classic from the Roaring '20s, but also involves the ingenuity of two independent watchmakers who have left their own mark, left their own signature on this new era of independent makers. I'm talking about François-Paul Jean and Denis Flageolet, in collaboration with also Vianney Alter, who apparently did not actually work on this particular movement. They have created Technique horlogère appliquée, THA, and it was their proposition, it was their proposal to Cartier to create this single button chronograph from the Roaring '20s. And the result was caliber 045 MC, hand-wound monopusher chronograph, a recreation of 1928 that has the special touch of François-Paul Jean, Denis Flageolet, who would be known through De Béthune, of course. And all of this is complemented by the classic tonneau-shaped case, tortue or tortue à pattes, the turtle or turtle on legs, which was originally rendered by Louis Cartier around 1912, kind of a rounded version of the classic barrel shape. Great combination, again, of vintage inspiration and modern developments. Beautiful silvered dial with guilloche decoration, with waves that emanates from under the hand stack, Breguet styled hands, all heat blues, secret Cartier signature as part of the V of the Roman numeral 7 at 7 o'clock, multifaceted sapphire set on that octagonal crown, which is also the single button for the chronograph. Beautiful, minimalistic, uninterrupted design. Very good looking watch. Here it's reference 2356 and it's in yellow gold, and the bridge plates of the movement are here decorated in the excessive and elegant style of Cartier, with embossed with their double wishbone logo. Comes with the matching Cartier style déployant clasp. The case is 34 by 43, and the pre-auction estimate for this watch ranges from 22,000 to 33,000. Arti Lange und Söhne, crazy you could get a Cartier Tortue monopusher not that long ago for around 20K. I think, yeah, I mean, nowadays, especially the white gold ones, go for hefty premiums. But I will say that you can still find good deals. And trust me, 5-10 years down the road, I think a lot of collectors who roll at that level will regret not getting one, you know, at this price point as well. So I think it's one of those watches. You know, it's Cartier, it's limited in number, it's part of the private collection. It's a unique and very elegant shape that is really only executed at this level by Cartier, Patek, and F.P. Journe. It has a movement that has been touched, you know, by those hands, Journe and Flageolet. So I think it's going to be still a hot commodity a decade down the line. And I think people will probably rue not getting one at 35K as well. But that's just me. You know, I'm not a diviner. I don't give investment advice in that sort of hasty way. But that being said, I think the yellow gold versions can still be found at decent price points if you look hard enough and if you're patient enough, and can certainly be a decent choice. Yeah, not necessarily this lot, even though the estimate itself is pretty realistic. But with patience, you can certainly get a good piece. So now that we talked about F.P. Journe and Denis Flageolet with THA in developing this single button chronograph, let's take a look at how Denis Flageolet carried over that development to his new brand. This is DB1 classic de Béthune monopusher chronograph. Of course, the piece actually has a solid case back, so maybe you don't get to appreciate this derivation of the movements. There's also the fact that this is a 42 millimeter case, by the placement of those chronograph registers and the dial layout and the larger design of the dial, you can kind of see that the movement is a little too small for the case, or rather the case too big for the movement. But the watch is really a stunning watch, rendered in 18 karat pink gold here. Beautiful silver dial. Engine turned by hands for the center. Blue accents for all the numerals, hours and minutes, and Breguet styled hands for the hour and minutes. The apple-shaped tips, and of course the bullet-shaped or ogival lugs that were quite definitive for this classic case shape for De Bethune, the DB1 single button chronograph. Denis Flageolet also carried over a rendition of the single button of the monopusher chronograph movements to DB8, the so-called football timer, which had, instead of this bicompax look, a single chronograph register at 6 o'clock, calibrated for 45 minutes, a totalizer calibrated for 45 minutes, which also, of course, amounts to a single half of a soccer game, hence the football timer nickname. And more recently, there's a new version of the DB8 with the 8 spelled out. That also is an absolutely stunning piece. This is number 103, a single button chronograph with a classic look and a slightly oversized case in pink gold, 42 millimeters in diameter, by one of the creators of that Tortue monopoussoir movement, caliber 045 MC, Denis Flageolet, released in 2002 and created only in 21 examples in pink gold. This particular movement was created by Flageolet for Jacquet, which is now La Joux Perret, that is in turn owned by the Citizen Group, if I'm not mistaken. The pre-auction estimate for this watch is in the range of $22,000 to $44,000 in US dollars. RT Langonzune says, I disagree with your assessment of the Tortue monopoussoir market. The Asian market has pumped them up too much. It's possible. I'm not going to argue about, divining into the future. It's not my forte, and I don't really care. They were so much cheaper than Shari Rahman showed his on Talking Watches, and the Chinese crowd really pursued them after that. I don't think it's a Chinese exclusive thing, to be honest, Artie. Yeah. Look, I mean, again, I'm not arguing against, or or for even a price prognosis for the future. But I think with the global awareness that we have for certain pieces today, it's hard for certain tastes to be limited to one market or another. Um, I think the Tortue monopostoir is quite universal, and certainly not Asian specific at all. If you ask me, I mean, Shari Rahman himself is, I believe, someone of Bangladeshi origin who lives in London, and certainly not a Chinese influencer himself. So that in and of itself should tell you something. But again, I'm not going to bicker about, divining into the future. It's not something that I'm interested in. But I'm pretty sure that they will hold their value and even increase. We'll talk in 10 years. I wanted to look at this Voutilainen reworking of the Highbeat Longines 360. Of course, in and of itself, Kari Voutilainen, beyond being really widely respected as a watchmaker and really as an artist, also specializes in reworking some of the absolute classics of movement making. He had his moments with his renditions of the Peseux 260. Of course, more recently, his reworking of the observatory grade Zenith caliber 135 in collaboration with the brand and Philips in a limited run, or for a limited run of 10 plus 1 pieces, was quite a sensation. This particular piece, with its unique Art Deco inspired rectangular design, is powered by Voutilainen's reworking of a Highbeat Longines caliber 360. Of course, at that time, when it was still being submitted for observatory level competitions between years 1956 and 1967, the 36,000 semi-oscillations per hour, that high beat frequency, was very distinctive for the Longines 360. And it had a unique rectangular shape, so it makes sense for Voutilainen to house this in an 18 carats white gold case with stylized lugs that recall Voutilainen's signature teardrop lugs that he uses for his round cases as well. The dimensions of the piece are 44 millimeters by 35.5. And as if to honor that legacy of observatory competitions and chronometric precision. The watch has a regulator dial layout, which puts the minute hand at the center with small seconds below and the hour hand above. The chronomètre 27 was made in 27 pieces in both, chronomètre 27 was made in 22 pieces, white and pink gold all together. And the chocolate brown dial distinguishes the current, the present lots from the other pieces, since they had gray dials. As you can see, the dial for the minutes that is centrally placed is kind of a transparent dial, I believe, in sapphire, and it's bolted on that hand guilloché dial on a separate plaque with those distinctive 3-point screws that are kind of part of the visual aesthetics of the brand. Fascinating piece at lot 21 of the upcoming Geneva Watch Auction number 18 at Philips. This is the Voutilainen Chronomètre 27 in white gold that features Kari Voutilainen's reworking of the classic rectangular high beat Longines caliber 360. The movements have been carefully disassembled and masterfully hand finished with beveling, perlage, frosting, gilding and frosting. And the Guillaume balance was fitted with a Breguet overcoil and Grossmann internal curve for maximum precision. The pre-auction estimates of the watch ranges from 55,000 to 110,000 in US dollars. I'll take a short break while you look at this lot 25, which is a London special edition made in a limited run of, I believe, 26 pieces. Please don't forget to upvote. If you have any special requests, feel free to drop them in the chat. Remember, super chats, all the proceeds from super chats are going to the charity efforts, and every single super chat gains a unique number in the raffle as well. RT, with all due respect, I am going to take my break now, but again, I love Archie Luxury, but he has lost the hero status for me a long time ago, and I'm not going to New York. I think you asked before, but no, I'm not going to New York for watch time. Hey guys, I'm back. We are talking about the Geneva watch auction, Roman numeral 18, by Philips, November 3rd and 4th. This is lot 25. It is Jaeger-LeCoultre Grand Taille Reverso ultra thin, reference 277862. A limited edition of 26 pieces made for the London boutique. The Grand Taille was a modern case size introduced in 1991 for the 60th anniversary of the model. And this particular piece was introduced in 2015 when Jaeger-LeCoultre opened a new boutique in Old Bond Street of London. 26 pieces in stainless steel with a beautiful green dial, very British. A beautiful two-hander there that gives full prominence to the lacquered dial, and the actual highlight is the engraved case back that I believe is filled in with, no, sorry, I don't want to, no, so the back is simply engraved, and it does show the Big Ben, which is a nice detail to mark. a London edition. Again, the quote-unquote racing green dial, lacquered dial, and the Big Ben engraving on the case back. This piece is accompanied with its original sets of accessories and has a pre-auction estimate that ranges from 11 to 22,000 in US dollars. Number 23, we're looking at a George Daniels piece. Let's check it out. This is lot 23 for the George Daniels anniversary in platinum number 1. Of course, it does come with its full set of accessories, as well as a copy of a letter from Roger Smith that confirms the specifications of the watch. Personal letter by George Daniels to the owner from December 2010. There were only 4 examples of the George Daniels anniversary in platinum, and this is only the second one to come up for public auction. The first one was sold by Phillips New York last year in June for $2,389,500 in US dollars. This present lot, made in 2013, is apparently the first platinum piece to have been produced. So it is probably going to perform quite well on this auction. The anniversary, of course, features the coaxial escapement of George Daniels. That was first devised by George Daniels in 1975, commercialized by Omega in 1999. And the anniversary series was introduced on the 35th anniversary of his invention and was supposed to consist of 35 watches. Of course, it ended up being 35 examples in yellow gold, 4 in white gold, 4 in red gold or pink gold that are yet to be completed, and 4 further examples in platinum, totaling 47 in total, with 4 of them still to be completed. I like that little Isle of Man detail here on the bridge plate of the movements. The thermally treated screws that have that beautiful purplish glint. What a stunning setting pin there that matches the heat blued treatment of the hands. Beautiful. The estimated value of lot 23 is in the range between 769,000 to 1,540,000 in US dollars. Remember the previous example of the anniversary, George Daniels anniversary in platinum, was sold last year by Philips for almost 2.5 million. So expect this to also go above the high ceiling of that pre-auction estimates. I want to go to lot 22, which is FP Journe Chronomètre Optimum jade dial, ostensibly accompanied by the green jade and platinum cufflinks in the next slots, 22A. But let us take a look. Let's read from the lot essay of the good folks at Philips. The Chronomètre Optimum demonstrates a technical feat of horological genius, but the collectors are immediately drawn to the subtle mint green jade dial of the present watch, which gives it a visually arresting appeal. Of course, this piece has a 40 millimeter platinum case. The Chronomètre Optimum was conceived as an idea already early in the existence of the FP Journe brand, but the first example was not released until 2012. The movement features the BHP, the biaxial high performance escapement, which is inspired by Abraham Louis Breguet's works. The natural escapement employs two escapement wheels, hence biaxial, than the usual single one, which allows the movements to function without lubrication and, of course, ensures less wear and tear and more reliability. The piece has a remontoir d'égalité, which also moves the deadbeat seconds, 70 hours of power reserve when fully wound, 50 hours of that without loss of amplitude. The piece does come with its full set of accessories. And as you can see, there is a deadbeat seconds indicator on a separate subsidiary dial that is mounted on the pink gold movement of the watch. You have another small seconds indicator at 9 o'clock on a subdial on the face of the watch. The estimated value of the piece, lot 22, for an FP Journe chronometre Optimum is in the range of 220,000 to 440,000 in US dollars. And 22A is a pair of platinum and jade cufflinks, platinum cufflinks with jade inlays, which accompany this piece. They're offered without reserve, so they will start from 1 franc. Kind of looking like the rope-like knurling. They look like just like the crowns of FP Journe pieces. And the estimated value of this pair of cufflinks in platinum with jade inlays is in the range of 5,500 to 11,000 in US dollars. Lot 19 is Daniel Roth Rattrapant chronograph, a split seconds chronograph by Daniel Roth. Of course, Daniel Roth watches come in the unique case shape that he swore by, that he designed himself and never gave up until he had to sell the brand. Nevertheless, Danny Roth's watches also have this resemblance to that Breguet revival style that he used extensively when he was actually the master watchmaker for the brand for late 70s and most of the 80s. when the Chomet brothers version of that double ellipse shape, the ellipsocurvex shape. (39 by 42 millimeters). This split-second chronograph is based on a Venus 179 split seconds chronograph movements. As you can see through the case back, swan neck regulator, and all the beautiful, beautiful details of that Rattrapante chronograph movements. He had previously used a hand-wound monopusher Lemania 2220 caliber for his split seconds chronographs, but this is even more rare in a way. Beautiful two-tone dial with the hour track and the outer tracks of the chronograph registers in that beautiful Breguet frosted detailing, and the background with that pinstripe guilloche that characterizes Daniel Roth styles in an anthracite gray shade. Heat blued hands beautifully jump out from that background, and every sector of the dial is also framed with this coin-edged guilloche detail as well, which gives a lot of dimensionality to the design. Here's a nice shot from the profile of that ellipsocurvex shape, of that ellipsocurvex design. This is supposed to be one of only 60 split seconds chronographs made by Daniel Roth, and it carries the case number 9. The pre-auction estimates is set between 33,000 to 65,900 in US dollars. Again, we are looking at Geneva Watch Auction, Roman numeral number 18 by Philips. It's going to take place on November 3rd and 4th. And we are, as we are looking through it, of course, as always, I'll post the link once again to the chat. So if you have any specific questions, any particular interests, anything you want me to highlight or dive into with further horological and historical detail, please feel free to let me know with a super chat indicating the lot number in your super chat. As you know, all the proceeds go to charity until Thursday. I did a marathon yesterday. I'm doing a marathon today for 6 hours, and hopefully another marathon on Thursday as well to finish up this effort. So I appreciate all your help and contributions. If nothing else, share the link, talk about the channel to friends and other collectors, and help me grow the community, help draw more eyes to the channel. So if you upvote and share the links, that would be most appreciated. Let's look at lot 94, which is an oddball, which is a very rare monopusher chronograph by Patek Philippe from around 1924. Breguet numerals in 18 karat yellow gold. Of course, extremely low production numbers in that time period at any rate. Only 27 single button chronographs, and only 16 were styled in these officer cases. Beautiful design, Breguet numerals, the two chronograph registers laid out at 12 and 6 o'clock, the latter being small seconds, and at 12 o'clock you have the 30-minute totalizer, heat blued set of spade hands. In fact, all the hands of this watch are heat blued, including the chronograph indicators and the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand. Beautiful round case and short lugs. A nice, slightly oversized crown at 3 o'clock. The branding, the signature is beautifully balanced with Patek Philippe at the 9 o'clock side, et Compagnie Genève at 3 o'clock. I think the patina on the perimeter of the dial actually is kind of endearing, very interesting oxidization. And the single button is actually a lovely slider, which of course is a vintage detail that has been revived by none other than François Bourgeon for his Centigraphe. The double hinged case houses a beautiful chronograph movement, which is based on a Victorin Piguet et Bosch. Of course, the column wheel has that cap, which has since become a Patek Philippe signature. Look at those beautifully pronounced Geneva stripes on the bridges of the movements. A fascinating, fascinating piece, very beautiful. I actually believe that the crown itself is the pusher, and the slide is actually a mechanism that locks the crown, so you don't start and stop the movement without intending it. So that's what I think it is. And you can kind of see right here, from the gap, that the crown really operates like a pusher. So the slide is actually not the chronograph pusher, but simply an on and off lock for the crown, so you don't unintentionally operate or engage, rather, chronograph. Sorry, so that had an estimated value in the range between 275,000 to 550,000 in an officer-styled case, beautifully round, short lugs, double hinged case back that exposes the intricately built Victorin Piguet chronograph movements. Lot 91 is another stunning Patek Philippe chronograph, reference 130, from a little bit later in terms of the time period, from early 40s this time. Patek Philippe released the reference 130 in 1934, and it was their first serially produced chronograph. Very elegant case design, even more beautiful, I have to say, in precious metals, especially in pink golds, with cases made by Émile Vichet. The stainless steel cases have this slightly more muscular and sportier appearance, and they're also larger. I think this is a case that is made either by Crozier or Wenger. I want to say from the lugs, it looks like a Crozier, honestly. I might be wrong, but that's my hunch. I don't know if they have the case back open in one of the pictures. If I can see the inside of the case back, I could tell from the key there, but no. They have the movement, however, and that's pretty to look at. Of course, it was a Vajou base, beautifully ennobled by Patek, 13 ligne Vajou movement. You can see that cap again for the column wheel right there. And this piece from, again, 1943 is rendered in 33, 34 millimeters of a stainless steel case, presented here on the archival extracts. Beautiful two-tone dial. With leaf-shaped hands. Rhodium plated for hour, minutes, and running seconds. And beautifully distinguished with thermally treated blue for the chronograph register, which is a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, and the centrally deployed second set. Very elegant and classically inclined timepiece. Again, quite subdued, and an example of the first serially produced chronograph reference by Patek Philippe here at lot number 91, with a pre-auction estimate that is set right between 87,900 to 176,000 in US dollars. We're just approaching the 4-hour mark. I have about 2 more hours to go. So I do appreciate your support, especially as you upvote, as you hit the like button. To see a couple of variations of the theme from a neighboring brand, so to speak, the Vacheron Constantin reference 4072 in a two-tone execution at lot 9. Thank you for your patience. I think I'm, again, experiencing some connection problems. Okay, let me do a quick restart because this is clearly not working and there's not much reason for it not to work. Please be patient. I appreciate it. I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see, we're back. Yeah. Okay, didn't help at all, but let's see how it goes from here on out. We are looking at the Geneva auction number 18 that's going to take place on November 3rd and 4th at Philips Geneva. And I wanted to take a look at lot number 9 because we were just looking at Patek Philippe reference 130, the first serially produced hand-wound chronograph by Patek at lot 91. And here we have its close contemporary by Vacheron Constantin but this is really not cooperating with me. Yeah, and it's absolutely not the website and my connection, that's for sure. And it's not collaborating. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? I mean, I had a good run here, but I most certainly want to continue this. Yeah, I want to continue for a little while longer at least, but then again, my internet is not really collaborating. Okay, let me see if I can actually restart the connection, and that might help. Okay. Let's see. Okay, now I can't even contact or open Philips. I'll be right back. I love I have more viewers now when I was actually on the stream. This is very flattering. Um, let's see if we can actually work with anything here. No. What the hell? Um, no. Okay. Fascinating. All right. Well, I guess that unfortunately brings our proceedings to a close for tonight. We went still for the 4 hours, maybe right around 4 hours, since we were plagued with connection problems for the last 10 minutes or so. So I do apologize for that. I really appreciate your support, the questions you asked, the comments you give, and sometimes the suggestions you make from the chat are absolutely vital for me. Of course, I always appreciate the super chats, and even more so now since it is part of a charity effort by Ali Raza, who is also a member of the channel, Captain Kirk, Thomas Burnett, St. Peter, and Neo. All 5 of these fine folks also gain a unique number in the raffle. I'm updating that in the community tab of the channel, so you can check it out. You can check out who has what number exactly, who has how many numbers they have accumulated. As I mentioned, during these marathons, every single number, not only the first and last, sorry, every single super chat and super sticker, rather than just the first and last, gains a unique number. The more super chats you give, the more super stickers, etc., you contribute, the more numbers you will gain for the raffle. And the ultimate prize is the 4th Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration watch that I will give away. It's going to be the one with the blue dial, which is a twin of the personal example that I hold. So stay tuned for that. I think I will do that raffle drawing by the Google number generator on Friday. I will do my best for tomorrow's live stream to do it even longer. Maybe I'll try to start around 4 or 5. Sorry, I said tomorrow. I didn't mean tomorrow. I meant Thursday. I'm taking Wednesday off, as you guys know. So I won't see you tomorrow, but I'll catch up with you on Thursday, which is going to be the last one for our charity run. We're going to have a lot of watch talk. We are going to go back to take a look at the Philips Geneva auction. I promise you I will finish all the 180 some lots and more. We can talk about new releases. We can talk about some of the other interesting development in the world of watches, specifically wristwatches. Anything horologically inflected is, as always, welcome. Please leave a comment below after the live stream is over. I really appreciate all the support you give for this channel. As always, please stay tuned. I will be right back on Thursday. I will do my best again to even make this a longer run on Thursday. Maybe we'll start around 4 or 5 and then go until midnight and maybe a little past. I'll try to invite more people in advance so we get some on the panel as well. I love listening to my own voice, as you guys know, but these are always better as conversations, as at least a two-party exchange. And Eric Johnson, thank you so much. I don't know how you came across the channel. If you would drop that, if you would let me know how you did that, that would actually be brilliant, because I sometimes send out feelers on different platforms, but I'm not sure what that brings me. So if I know how you found my channel, that might actually help me. But in either case, as I'm closing, please don't forget to hit the like button. That really helps. Leave a comment below once the live show is closed. And perhaps I should close it now. And I will see you all on Thursday. If you have any comments, for example, if Eric Johnson, you can share with me how you came across the channel. Write that down below in a comment. If you have something nice to say, write it down in the comments. If you have a particular point to make about any part of the live stream, do it. If you want to say something vicious, do that as well. All the interactions help. Eric, lovely. You searched Breguet videos on YouTube, and that's how I found your channel. Great work. Love you. Love you. And, I love Breguet watches, so it's absolutely flattering that you actually like my video. And I hope you can find some of the live streams entertaining too. Of course, you can rewatch them. They're always very focused and organized, but they're not divided to different parts. So a lot of people, unless they get into the groove of it, find it hard to go through a whole broadcast. But I think it's good to have it on the background sometimes if you want to learn more about watches in general, interesting horological and historical tidbits, maybe while you work. It's always cool. Thank you again. Welcome to the community, Eric T. Johnson, and all the wonderful people who have supported me tonight. I appreciate you. I'll be back with you on Thursday, hopefully around 4-5 p.m. my time, which is Pacific Daylight Savings. Live from Los Angeles, checking out. Thank you so much, guys. Bye.